Just wanted to check in. Is everyone ready to go?
We are.
All right. So the time is 5:30. I'd like to call the Business Operation and Finance Committee to order. May we have roll call, please?
Brian Anderson.
Here.
Spencer Anderson.
Present.
Joanne Winfield.
Present.
All members are present, with Spencer Anderson appearing virtually.
All right. Thank you very much. So our next item is approval of the agenda. May we get a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion carries. The next item is approval of the minutes for May 3rd of 2022. Can I get a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion carries. We are now up to item 2A, which is our financial reports for April of 2022.
Okay, good evening. We'll start off by taking a look at the overview of our funds for April of 2022. And in April, we don't see a lot of activity on the revenue side because we've received our equalization aid payment in March, and we won't see the next one until June. But this is not the low point in our cash flow, so there's nothing to worry about there. Again, if you remember, our low point is typically in November and December, and we did not need to borrow this year. Other than that, the other significant item is in the debt fund. We did make a defeasance payment in April, and that was the one that was approved by the board. Okay. Looking at our revenues without grants, as you can see for the percent of budget year to date, we're trending almost exactly the same as this time last year. The one item to note in this month is that the other revenues increased due to the emergency connectivity funds, or ECF funds, for technology and hotspots, and we also received a refund of prior year workers' comp insurance expenses that we talked about last month. Okay. And then going to the expense side with no grants, we are on track and trending about the same as last year. What you'll notice is that you would think that our percent year to date might be higher, seeing as we're at April and we're almost at the end of the year. But what really happens is we see most of our activity in June after our summer payrolls for the teachers post to June 30th. We do interfund transfers to make our Fund 27 Special Ed and Fund 99 expenses whole. We do a transfer from the general fund. And then we also will see the open enrollment expenses, which get booked in June. So you see a lot of activity in June, which is why we're not at the higher end of percentage year to date yet. And then on the revenue side with the grants, we're trending similarly again in the amount, and just keep in mind that our grant revenues typically are about 1 month behind our grant expenses. Nothing significant happened in the month of April to report here. And then finally on the expense side, the only difference here, again, we're trending rather similarly amount-wise. The year-to-date percent due is different due to pending ESSER 2 purchases that have not posted yet. So that will be happening shortly. Any questions?
Is there any questions from committee members? have a motion to recommend approval of the April 2022 financial reports to the full Board of Education.
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
Do we have a second?
Yep, I'll
All
second
right,
it.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any second and discussion?
I'm sorry,
favor,
Spencer.
please
We
say
did not
aye.
hear you. Can you repeat that?
So we had a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, with no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, the motion carries. The next item we have is item 3A, which is the BMHS HVAC project.
All right. So as part of the conversations that we started back in February and March, I've invited Mr. Winters to come up, and he's joined with a consultant that has been helping us through a couple of projects here. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Winters.
Good afternoon. As part of our recent board-approved 10-year capital improvement plan, we hired Michael Hacker from Cadence Consulting to assist us with the assembly and response review of a request for qualifications, RFQ, for an upgrade to the high school HVAC controls and to add air conditioning to the third floor. On April 18th, we released our RFQ and shortly after completed a walkthrough with 14 contractors in attendance, of which 5 submitted responses. Using our RFQ criteria, Cadence and district staff went through the responses and selected Nexus Solutions. Due to cost, criteria met, and our positive past 4-year multi-project relationship. All that I will add came within budget. Once this selection is approved at the board level, this project will immediately commence with a tentative September 2023 completion date. I will now turn over the presentation to Mike Hacker from Cadence.
All right, well, good afternoon. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Thank you, Sean, for the background. And so from a process standpoint, on behalf of the district, we prepared and distributed a request for proposals, which outlined the scope that's been targeted within this ESSER investment. Most of that is really focused on ventilation updates, some equipment and controls updates, as well as some targeted chiller replacements, which would allow for air conditioning in portions of the building. And we defined the timeline and asked specifically for any interested vendor to provide their experience with projects like this, their experience with specifically ESSER projects, because there are requirements that tie directly to how these projects are done, how they're tracked. There are Davis-Bacon requirements associated with wage rates. The district will need to track and document this project. So we wanted to be sure that the selected vendor has had experience with ESSER projects. And we certainly appreciate, as I think most districts do, positive past experience working with vendors. We obviously want to be sure if we've had good experience that those folks have an opportunity and are encouraged to submit and do so in a competitive setting. And I think that's really one of the key goals here was, when you approach a project like this, there's a number of different ways that contractors can approach and complete projects like this. And due to the ESSER requirements, we do need to competitively bid this work. And again, we have to have certain wage rates established as part of that. And the district wanted to be sure that up front we were very clear in defining the scope and the budget for the project. And so within the RFP, we mapped out as clearly the steps we would forecast as possible. And then specifically a breakdown of how we would like to see fees submitted for this type of project. And as Sean noted, we had a number of different organizations attend the walkthrough. Some of those were prime contractors, firms that would act as kind of the single entity responsible for this project. Others were potential subcontractors that were either looking to team with a prime or are just interested in this project down the line, right? They might be mechanical contractors or controls contractors who may want to bid on this project, and it was an opportunity for them to learn more about this as well. And so, as Sean noted, we did receive 5 proposals. So as you see on the screen here, from left to right, C.G. Schmidt, Nexus Solutions, VJS, AES, and Grunau. That's 2 different firms that teamed up for their proposal. And then NAMI in the far right. And so what this looks like from an industry standpoint really are 5 different organizations. For instance, NAMI is a mechanical contractor that does this work, right? There would be the team that would actually be purchasing the equipment, would be out installing that equipment, managing some sub vendors, but also have some engineering in-house. Grunau is a competitor of NAMI, and AES is a controls contractor. So in that case, there was a mechanical contractor and a controls contractor that teamed up to propose. VJS is a construction manager that teamed up with an engineering firm. So they had Ring and DuChateau, that is a large engineering firm, mechanical engineering firm that proposed to be a sub to them. Nexus is full service design and construction management, and their approach would replicate the same experience and approach the district has engaged in with Nexus on prior projects. And then C.G. Schmidt is just a construction manager, and they proposed not to carry engineering within their team, that would be borne out as a part of the selection process around the potential design build vendors. Okay, and so in a quick nutshell, 5 different teams and maybe not surprisingly 5 different fee structures as they proposed. Okay, and so I would say that C.G. Schmidt, Nexus, and VJS most closely aligned with the RFP structure and what was requested. And even within that, probably most specifically Nexus and VJS. Grunau and AES and NAMI, they both openly said, hey, we have a different approach. We've done similar projects in the past. We have the capacity to do this work, but knowingly we're submitting a different process than what you've requested. And we respect if it's not quite right for this project, but we want to at least offer the opportunity up. And so as we assessed the fees that were submitted, what you see on the screen here is just a raw submittal. So what we asked for was design and engineering fees, construction management fees, insurance, bonding, and general conditions fees. And this doesn't mean a lot other than just comparing them until we get to the second sheet, which I'll go to here, where we applied those fees to a hypothetical project. And so in this case, we said a hypothetical project of $4.3 million. What would that look like as we applied their percentage fees? And so what you're seeing, design engineering, construction services fees, insurance, bonding, and general conditions. And so ultimately, you'll see at the bottom here kind of in the end, once you add up each of those phases, what that total fee might mean for a project of this size. And what we discussed is specifically Nexus's approach, the all-inclusive nature of their design team and their project management team, their experience in the district and knowledge of the district, and where their fee came in, Nexus was the team that the district felt most comfortable with, and certainly from my perspective as the district's consultant would echo, I think would be a good partner for this project. And so certainly more detail and kind of more backup, but in summary, that's ultimately what we concluded based on the proposals that were provided. And in Sean's recommendation, Nexus Solution was the team that we brought forth this evening. And so with all of that said, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that the group has.
Is there a question?
I have a question. Thanks, Michael, for that. I really appreciate it. I don't know, maybe Sean can answer this. How long has the third floor of the high school not had air conditioning?
Since it was built, 1949.
All right. A couple more questions. Out of the 14 business that how many was from Beloit? Was there any of the 14? I know the 5, they're most Madison, but
No.
out of the 14,
None.
there was none? Okay. And one more question, Sean. Out of all of the schools in the district, do we have any school that doesn't have adequate AC?
There are a couple that need a few rooms to be done. Nowhere near the high school. The high school is 500,000 square feet, and it is about 5% air conditioning.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
One question, Sean. So I dissected frogs on the 3rd floor on a sunny afternoon, and it's horrendous.
Yes.
From a timing standpoint, you said that you're looking to do this in September of 23.
For completion.
Okay.
Most of the process, believe it or not, is in the engineering.
So when could somebody on 3rd floor at the high school expect some relief?
Depending upon how far we are along in the process, this is really a two-step process. It's not only air conditioning, it is changing from the 1950 technology of pneumatics to a digital control platform. We believe that we're going to see substantial relief throughout the entire building just by implementing the DDC. That is going to be a phased approach, and honestly, we're not going to know which sections are going to be done first until we go through the engineering process of what makes sense. So relief, as soon as the controls are starting to be installed, that's when you're going to see relief.
Yep.
And that relief will start before September.
Yeah, and Sean, to
2023.
piggyback on that, the other key piece is also testing and balancing of the entire building. So once all the ventilation work is done, the pneumatic controls have been replaced, the AC is installed, this firm is asked to then go through, test all the spaces, and then balance them so we have appropriate air exchanges in all rooms. That's also part of the challenge, in addition to just raw temperature, is how stale the air gets in a lot of these spaces. And so this project will also ensure that we're getting the code required air exchanges throughout the building as well. So that's a key piece to the puzzle.
Are there any more questions? All right. One question that I have is once we get the air conditioning installed, what's the annual cost for upkeep and maintenance on the air conditioning system for the high school? Then?
Do you want to take that, Mike, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I think some of it will, I'll answer it more globally, Sean, and then I'll allow you to dive in from a district level because you'll have experience in other buildings. I would say significant opportunity from a control standpoint to maximize efficiency, right? That's one of the biggest challenges with pneumatic controls, biggest challenges with having the building with various systems in different zones is maximizing the efficiency of how you're running to maintain controls and temperatures in all those spaces. And that will be a significant benefit just in the annual operating expenses that go into this. The AC addition will be an add-on to existing equipment. So there's some replacement and some add-on to existing equipment, which certainly will come with some additional maintenance of equipment you don't have today, but that just is a part of the regular cycle of maintaining the HVAC equipment that is there. I will say there is, this is a short-term item, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to also note that there's a 1-year warranty for all of the labor associated with this specific project. So for a year after, the Nexus team is responsible to come back and make any updates and ensure that the equipment is working as it's supposed to. And then certainly the equipment has longer warranties in and of itself. So Sean, I'll pause there, and then from a district level, feel free to dive in with any other additional details.
The only thing I would add is that knowing my buildings the way I do, this is probably one of the most significant low-hanging fruit when it comes to energy conservation through the DDC process. From my perspective, air conditioning is nice, but the DDC is fantastic. I will be able to tell you what a classroom temperature is, what an entire floor temperature is. Right now, how do I find out if there's a problem? Phone call or email, because we are blind in that building. But low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, and I think, Sean, such an opportunity with ESSER funds to tackle this project. The almost the exact definition of what the intent of the ESSER funds really are projects just like this, are updating, getting appropriate air circulation in, making sure spaces are comfortable and adequate, and getting controls in a position. So a really significant opportunity to piggyback on Sean's point there, to utilize these funds to make this significant of an improvement.
And one more quick note. As part of this process, we are also setting up some internal mechanisms for future AC expansion for the second floor, for the first floor, for the ground floor, for the field house. This is just a first step in air conditioning the entire building.
Great. Yeah, I'm glad that we're taking the steps to actually put AC in on the third floor, because I remember being a student there, and it's like you absolutely dreaded having that class on the third floor towards the beginning of the school year or the end of the school year, just because of how hot it got up there. But is there any other questions from the committee members? All right. I see that this is just an information/discussion item, so we'll hold this over to next month before we vote to move it to the full board.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you,
Thank you, guys.
Have a good evening.
All right, our next item is 3B, which is the district compensation model.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I wanted to take this opportunity to share the work of our partnership with Evergreen Solutions, but while they did a lot of the heavy lifting, this has been several conversations over many, many years, and we would not be here tonight if it weren't for not only Evergreen and Stacy, who will be visiting with us remotely, but the work of the executive team, Tim Vedra, Deb Prowse, and Sarah McGlasser Maynard from our unions in reviewing and providing feedback to this plan. So similarly, this is being presented tonight at committee. I'm also going to be presenting this as part of my superintendent's board update at the regular board so that all the board members and community can hear about our model and our plan. And then it will be coming back again next month after feedback for a recommendation from the to this committee for approval to the full board, and then ultimately, if approved at the board level, could be implemented for next school year. So where are we currently? So our current model here in the school district of Beloit is a two-model system. We have a step and lane for professional educators that's built on a bachelor's track and a master's track. So our bachelor's track starts at 43,000 and tops out at about at 79,250, and our master's starts at 6,000 higher, so 49, and then tops out at 85,250. Now, that covers a large chunk of our professional educators, but we do have some educators that work extended contracts, so they work beyond the normal teacher contracted days. So we have a lane or a mirror set for 200 days. So our instructional coaches, you can see in that third bullet point, those bachelor's and master's tracks. Outside of the professional educator group, we have basically salary ranges that cover our administrators and all of our support staff. Back in March of 2020, the Board of Education at that time had set forward an administrative recruitment and hiring range for all administrative groups. Outside of that, there's no guidance for moving administrators through any sort of step and lane system. So it is entirely reliant upon either recommendations to the HR department and then any administrative increases at the board level to any or all employee groups. And then for non-professional educators, non-administrative staff that are on an hourly scale, we have both annualized and non-annualized payments that start at about $15 an hour and move all the way up through iterations up as high as $53 an hour. Now, the Department of Labor has recently come out with new guidance saying that annualizing hourly staff is no longer a thing that can be done in employment settings. So any staff that are on hourly scales are now being transitioned into a pay per work status. So that means they will have to actually punch in and punch out, and they can only get paid for the hours that they are working. And so what that does to our hourly employees is that when they're not working, either over break or over a holiday, if it's unpaid, they're not getting paid for that. So where we were able to offer them the opportunity to annualize that pay and have it on the same payment scale as a teacher, we're no longer able to do that. As I mentioned, unless the board approves increases, our model is pretty stagnant. So a year ago, we contracted with Evergreen Solutions, who works in the public sector, not just in education, but in higher ed, cities, counties, and they work with entities to do this type of research and work. And so our two staff that have worked with us, Linda and Stacy, have been a part of this work ever since the beginning. And as I mentioned, Stacy is here remotely. Stacy, you want to introduce yourself just a little bit?
Find my mute button there. Hi, I'm Stacy Wishel with Evergreen Solutions. And Dan, this has been a long process, very involved process by our team and of course yours. So thanks, and I was listening to the conversation about no air conditioning, and I have to say that worried me a little from Florida. That's to me.
Absolutely. So when we worked or started with Evergreen, we set out a broad scope of work. So while this scope of work encompasses everything from job descriptions to a compensation plan with longevity, we are actually implementing with the end in mind and then working backwards. So there are drafts of the research that are being finalized. However, that finalization can't happen until we have an approved compensation plan that we know we're going to be moving to. But the work started all the way back with job descriptions. So we sent out a survey to all 800 plus employees and asked them, tell us what you do in your job and get as detailed as possible. And so from that job description survey, we had, not everyone, but we still had about 30%, 40% of our staff that completed that in enough areas that we were able to go out and do market and benefit surveys across local and national benchmarks. Now that job description piece, I'm going to come back to that because at the end of this process, the HR department's going to collect all that research and we're going to compare our current job descriptions against industry benchmarks and we're going to have that conversation. Currently, I'm holding that role for HR, but there hopefully will be someone filling that role shortly. Once we had the job descriptions, we had a comprehensive list of entities that we wanted to benchmark ourselves against. And you'll see that in the next slide. Once we developed some benchmarks to see where we are market-wise, both locally and nationally, then we started to say, what is the philosophy that we want to build? In essence, there are basically three separate philosophies. There's a step and lane philosophy, there's the salary range philosophy, and then there's kind of a hybrid in between. We settled on a bit of a hybrid. But one thing that was set out right at the beginning, both from the board and from our employee groups, was that we needed to include longevity somewhere in the mix. And then we had to figure out what would it cost for us to actually migrate to this new system. So once we did our job description work and started to look at our comparables, Evergreen went out both locally and nationally, and they found 29 school districts, both in Wisconsin and Illinois, that were comparable both in size, relationship makeup, community demographics, and so forth. They also went nationally, and you can see that we had a number of our national peers. Now, as you look at this list, once you blow it up and see that list for itself, you'll notice that there are very few school districts that are around us. Some of the school districts are part of a regional partnership, and as such, that regional partnership would not allow those entities to participate in this research. So while we were disappointed in that for the work, we were still able to get a really good sampling. Now, the numbers that you see along the side are a factor of cost of living index. So if you take a look at where things are at, the cost of living index in that first column ranges from just under 100 to a little over 100. But what you want to really look at is what is it in relation to where we are. So our number is 108, or a little over 108. So things that are comparable to us have a factor of 1.0. That means they're closest to us. So things like the Madison Metropolitan School District, the Kenosha School, I have to take a look at it. Madison Metropolitan School District and the Lincoln Academy both have market factors for our employee groups that are comparable to us, so much so that they are a 1.0. And areas where we are higher, you can see those numbers be a factor below us, and then where things are a little bit lower, we have a higher factor. As we take a look at this in a different way, when you take a look at the entire market, educational market, we are within 2%, just below the market minimum for all of our job titles that are surveyed. So when you take a look at all of our employee groups, salaried, hourly, administrative, non-administrative. When you take a look at our starting salaries, we're pretty close to market minimum, but we're just slightly under. Individual position differentials ranged anywhere from 39.5% ahead of the market to 35% below the market. That's a 74% spread. That's a very wide range. So when you take a look at individuals and you have that much of a range and you're only 0.2% below the minimums, it shows you that we may be lucky that we're pretty close to the market, but we have a lot of tightening up to do so that we don't have such a wide spread. On average, we're about 2 to 3% below the market at the midpoint range, and we're about 4% below market when we take a look at all of our maximum ranges. When Evergreen did their work, we also asked them to take a look at our addendums or our stipends. We are unusual as a district in that we bring stipends to the board. Typically, stipends are not, it is an administrative function, kind of like doing time cards. So they had a bit of a harder time in looking at addendums or stipends for extra duty pay on a competitive market. However, they did their best that they could in taking a look at it. And you can see that the schedules are, on average, competitive at our different levels. So we take all this and we say, okay, now we need a philosophy. So where do you want to position yourself in the market? Currently, we're slightly underneath our minimums. Do we want to lag? Do we want to align with the market, or do we want to lead with the market? What we wanted to do was, locally, we said we wanted to be just ahead of our market, but be within a sustainable range. So we don't want to be so far ahead that Wendy and our future business manager aren't sitting there worrying about year in, year out, because we've been very competitive. About 64% of our overall budget is salary and benefits. And we don't want to get above 72% to stay within reasonableness based on the Baird forecasting tool. So we want to certainly be just ahead of market, but we also want to be sustainable. Our goal is we want to be able to have a different way in which we message out to all of our employees. We want to be able to create a letter that not only just has what their salary is, but what are all their tangible benefits. Because sometimes people will try to recruit and they will talk about one aspect of their salary and or benefits, but they won't give you a total package. So sometimes districts will say, we'll give you a more attractive benefit package, but they will be lower on the salary, and vice versa. And it's not until employees move from one organization to another. So we want to try to be clear to all of our employees, whether we're recruiting or keep retaining them, in what is their overall compensation. The structure really lends itself to a hybrid. So while we want to take a look at our market ranges for salaries in all of our employee groups, we want to have the structure of a step and lane system so that we can both retain future increases despite national trends in the marketplace. And we want to be able to be predictable in that when we hire someone, we can say, here's your future growth trajectory, and these are the things that we value. In the conversations with Evergreen, they recommended that we reestablish, when it comes to longevity pay, our longevity pay model outside of our current salary structure design. So the model that we used to use here in terms of 10, 15, and 20 plus year benchmarks is what we want and are recommending reestablishing like we did in the past. So I know these numbers you won't be able to see from where you're at, but if you download this and take a look, you'll see what this compensation model really looks like. You'll notice here what you're looking at on the The left-hand side are all of our salaried, non-administrative positions. This is what we would have called our teacher lane. But the reason why we're using the term all salaried, non-administrative is that, again, Department of Labor says that people who are hourly, if we keep them hourly, we have to pay them per swipe. But some of those positions are positions that you want to be in a salary. So we need to have a salary schedule in which we can place them. On the right-hand side is our administrative, which was a salary range, but now is in a step and lane format. So what you'll noticeably see here is that across the top, we have titles for each of the columns. So if you're a salaried employee now, and you are currently have an associate's degree, you actually can go to the associate's degree, and you'll find yourself somewhere along that column. The lane that says bachelor degree and the lane that says master degree is most alike to what we currently have in our system. So where we said that our starting salary was $43,000 and we were about 0.2% underneath market, you'll see that we've increased that base salary now to $44,829.51. That brings us slightly ahead of our local market norms. So we're being competitive, but it's not so far out of range that it's going to break the bank later on. The way this is scheduled is that as you move down a column, you are getting a 2% increase. So similarly, the board approved a 2% CPI increase for all employee groups except for teachers, and a $12.50 flat increase for teachers as a part of a plan or a research project that we agreed to 3 years ago. In talking with the union, it was agreed that once we looked at the numbers, CPI is the best model for which we should be measuring our increases moving forward. And so the recommendation in this new model is you find out where your base is. The recommendation that the board makes when it sets its budget is how much to the base do we want to increase? And again, that recommendation is to use CPI as the benchmark, and then everything cascades across that. As you move across lanes, so you go from associates to bachelors, and then it's assistant principals to elementary principals and so forth, those are scaffolded in about 5 to 6% increments. So it still retains from bachelor's to master's about that $6,000 increase to our current model. But then as we take a look at the flexibility, we have opportunities for ourselves to have different conversations than what we've done in the past. And just because we don't, we had salaried for non-administrative, administrative, here's what our hourly pay looks like. And you'll see again, where our pay was at 15, it's now 15.20, and then it cascades up from there. So we still have the step and lane structure. Now we have all employee groups on the same structure. We can track this in a very linear fashion. We can assure as we hire new employees into the group, we can do comparables against people who are within our group. And then as people increase their knowledge base in the terms of certifications and so forth, we can reward that or we can honor that by adjusting which lane they work in. And so as we talk through each of these, I wanted to kind of break out what that means in flexibility. So what I've done here is I've just taken the non-administrative salary piece and I've blown this up just a little bit. So as you can see here, our bachelor's and our master's lanes, that is basically our current structure. But now you'll see that there are many other lanes that are in there. Our new base wage is $44,829. when the next time the conversation comes up, which will be not this coming fall, but the fall of '23 for the next budget, because we've already set our cost of living increases for next year. The conversation at that time the recommendation is have it be based on that base wage. Bachelor's degree extended contracts and master's degree extended contracts talk about those staff who are salaried that need to work beyond the teacher contract. So because they work beyond the teacher contract, they're compensated at a higher level than just their traditional number of days. And then what's new are these state add-on for bachelor's and master's degree, as well as a lane for people who have their doctorate. Not a ton of people have their doctorate, but a few do. What this does is it creates an opportunity, and through the research, we learned that it's not the number of credits that people have. It's about the licenses that they hold. And so what the proposed solution to this is, we would establish within HR a review committee. That committee would be chaired by the executive director of HR, but would include standing membership from the BEA, Finance, People Services, Teaching, Learning, and Equity, and the Equality Committee. These members would then create a structure and a mechanism by which we could have conversations around what is our local context and what do we value. As a starting point, so that we're not starting from a blank slate, is the Department of Public Instruction already has a list of state add-on licensures. So this is how it might work. I'm a teacher who has a math and a physics teaching license. But let's say that I also get an add-on licensure for bilingual bicultural education. That is a state add-on licensure. So staff who would get these state add-on licensures and have a bachelor's degree would not start at 44,829, they would start at 49,312 and move along that lane. That's the starting point. And then this HR review committee would set the criteria and set the cadence by which we would add to that lane what other things would we value based on our local context. In conversations with, again, Deb, Tim, and Sarah, we felt that this gave a good starting point and gave a pathway forward for future conversations. So how would we move from where we are to where we go? As I mentioned, we already approved at the board level salary increases. But moving us from the old model to the new model would provide additional increases over and above those increases that we've already approved. What we would say bringing to the new minimum is Evergreen has done this work and has provided us a way of moving all 800 plus employees from where they currently are to that new scale. The model that they have provided ensures that no one in the system, not one of the 850 plus employees, would go down in salary based on what was already approved. But 795 staff would actually increase in their salary moving to this new model. That average increase would be about 1.3% or about $663. While not all 850 would see that, some of those staff would see an increase because of their longevity. So what I don't want to lose track on is that outside of all of this, we would also recommend reestablishing the longevity pay at the 10, 15, and 20 plus years of service in the district or to the district model. Those would be at the rates of $1,000 for the 10-year mark, $1,500 for the 15-year mark, and $2,000 for the 20-plus year mark. If approved, all of these would be retroactive to the July 1st, and about 200 of those, 200 individuals will receive those longevity pay payments, again, if approved. So what does this mean for us in total? Well, because we want to estimate, we're gonna budget high. So all of my estimates are a bit higher, and it includes the additional 15% cost for benefits. We estimate it's going to be about $600,000 to move all of our staff from where we currently are to the new model. It will also cost another about $600,000 to reestablish all of the longevity payments. And we propose to pay for this with a mix of district and ESSER funds. By doing this in this fashion, it provides the finance department between now and the fall of '23 a way of building this within the forecasting model. It also provides the conversation at the board level around revenue compensation, being able to build that into those conversations if the board chooses to go down the road with a referendum. So the timeline for what's to come, I'm presenting tonight. Next month, it'll come back to committee and the regular board if approved at the committee. And if approved at the full board, it will be the work of the new executive director of HR and that HR review committee to develop a procedure for reviewing compensation moving forward for those flexibility lanes. And the finance and HR would be moving everyone over and sending out letters to let those individuals who are receiving increases, either because their movement caused an increase or they got a longevity payment or both. They would get all of those over the summer, and those would be starting next year. So with that, Stacy, I, Tim, Deb, and Sarah are all available for questions.
Are there any questions?
I got one quick question, Dr. Keyser. Thanks for presenting that. You said it was between 30 and 40% that completed the survey?
Correct. The survey asked for detailed, like what do you do on a day-to-day basis and so forth. So we kept the survey open a lot longer than what we wanted to, because not only were people providing their input, then their direct supervisors read all of those and then calibrated around all of those. So
would you say that a couple of individuals was afraid to put on there what their job description was, or they just didn't think it was important?
I think it was a mix. I think for some, that might have been some of it. It was long. Those of you who completed, was it long? Raise your hand if it was long. It was long.
So last question. Was it mandatory to do the survey?
No, it was optional.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Keyser.
I got a question for you. So as a district, we're pretty close to our surrounding geographical peers, it seems like, right? And there were some small, maybe small differences between what we'd call our peer groups geographically, which is great. But where are we competitively? Does this plan allow flexibility for a superintendent or a principal to keep excellent teachers? It seems like that's great that we're competitive. You can say we're competitive because the numbers show we're competitive from a district standpoint. Are we competitive for top tier teachers? Because we depend so much on time and degree.
Mm-hmm. So through our research, that still was a factor that was important. What really lifted to the top was the amount of add-on or endorsements that many of our teachers have. So we already have, say, a model for our teachers who are nationally board certified. And so we did not include that in there because that is still being compensated both at the district level and at the state level. But it is things like national board certification that rose in the research as what was valuable for our staff in recognizing for compensation. So you ask a very nuanced question. Yes, I feel like raising our minimums, our mids, and our highs help us to be more competitive, both for retracting and retaining. But I think more importantly, it's the structure of having a lane that right now is based on something that is outside of our control. DPI has set the criteria for these add-on licenses, but to have a local group of our peers that are going to weigh in on who else and how else would we recognize those endorsements and certifications that our staff go out and get is a game changer for us. And I would say that's something that not many other districts are doing. Where other districts are choosing to take their ESSER funds and give one-time payments last year and this year, this, if approved, has longevity, not to be confused with the longevity payments that we're talking about, but this has longevity for all of our staff moving forward for many years to come, well past when ESSER sunsets. So I think that's where the competitive nature comes from it. So.
Okay, I guess on a follow-up then, if we take it kind of a hypothetical case study, teacher A and B both have 7.5 years with the district, same content from the scale standpoint, same credentials, licensures, all that kind of thing. Very possible the one is a much better teacher than the other. And is there a mechanism where one teacher can be recognized and compensated for things that don't show up on the scale?
So in terms of like pay per performance, that's something that has been talked about and in many different ways. Many of the can't even speak this afternoon. Pay for performance models have eroded over time and have moved back. And so, Stacy, when to that question from your standpoint of looking nationally, those types of models for the Midwest, what have you seen?
In school districts, I see people move away from them and back into this type of a step plan system. And then depend on, for merit, kind of what you're talking about, the pay for performance, when they do them, if somebody, example scale 1 to 5, does not perform at least at a 3 or above, then they don't get that step increase for that year, and there's an improvement plan that they go on to then correct. So that's what I've seen done, but as far as providing different types of pay performance adjustments in addition to a step plan adjustment, people have moved away from that.
Yep. Yeah. Deb, you. Deb, do you want to? Yeah. No, I know. Sorry. So while Deb's walking up to the, part of what people are valuing is our staff who, to your point, are talking about, are also the staff who are most likely to go for those additional endorsements because they recognize the value add that they bring not only to their students but to their peers from a coaching standpoint. So go.
So just a couple of stories. 30 years education, I have friends all over the state of Wisconsin. One of my friends who is my age and has the same number of years teaching, she's in Neenah and they have a pay for performance plan. She's retiring at the end of this year, even though she could teach for many, many more years. She's won accolades. She's taken kids to nationals and different competitions and stuff. But basically her principal said, look, I got a quota and I can only give so many people these high marks to give them the raise, and it's your turn to not be there. So instead of staying with this district she's been with forever, she's done. So they're losing someone who has coached, they're losing someone who has mentored tons of teachers, they're losing someone who has coached student teachers throughout her career and built all of these educators, and she's leaving because she basically got told, thanks for all your hard work, but you don't get a raise this year because you're up and I've got a quota. So that does happen. I know it's happened in Janesville as well. I have some friends who teach in Janesville who they can only give that ranking to a certain number to stay within the budget. And that's really frightening to me as someone who's put in 20 plus years in this district to worry about something like that. Secondly, I think we do have some things really built in well. The committee is one of them because, you know, in our conversations, we're talking about, you know, talking about some maybe hard to fill positions at some point in time that are really specialized, and how can we get and attract those people. I've also, on my way here today, just from between when I left school at 4 o'clock to now, I've had 3 different teachers reach out to me and say, I want to know what the board's reaction to this is because I have an offer somewhere else, but if you're moving to this, I'm staying here. So I think it's really important, and these are teachers that I want my kids in their classroom. Both my kids graduated from here. I believe that strongly in this district, that they would get a good education here. And to see teachers that I want my kids are graduated now, but I would want them in their classroom saying, this matters to me, I think that's really important too, because if those are the teachers that I want my kids in, that's probably whose classrooms we want all of our kids in. And if this is something that they're saying, I would feel valued here, I think that voice says a great deal as well.
Oh, perfect. Thanks for sharing that, Deb. That helps.
Are there any other questions at this time? All right.
Spencer.
Oh, go ahead.
Just kind of just a couple different, those computers going crazy. A couple different statements. So like, one is, Dr. Kieser, thank you for presenting this work. I want to highlight again, last year as a board, we had the option to give people, it was presented to us, to give everybody $1,000 through the ESSER funds, and we decided not to do that. And the reason that we decided not to do that, as Dr. Kieser pointed out in this plan, the same amount of money that would have went to that one-time $1,000 invested in this plan has created other things that our employee groups have asked for. So as a board, when we take time to consider things, when people don't get the answer that they want right away, it's because we're still working in the best interest of all that are there. There's a lot of questions that I've talked with Dr. Kieser about this extensively. And this compensation study with Evergreen, this is a year-long process that it was started last year. And it was started because we asked for it to happen. Not only am I a parent, and I want my children to have good teachers also. I graduated from Bloat Memorial High School in 1995. Met my wife in physics class, because she's also a graduate of Bloat Memorial High School in 1996. That as I've been an employee in this district. I came in the Ron Nortier days where, as an administrator, whatever number you got coming in, that's what you were going to have before. And even as an employee in this district, between 06 and 09, I've had different interactions with the school board members that were there at that time. One of my goals in serving is to make sure that, one, we're providing the educational environment for our children where their goals can be met. I would like kids to receive the same type of education that I received at Bloat Memorial High School that has helped me be successful as a professional educator over 23 years in many different environments. And then also, because I am a working educator, to make sure that we're taking care of our employees, that we are a good employer as one of the largest employers in the area. So I'm thankful for the work that has been done, because we do have a lot of other budget effects that have to be decided. We're at a very important juncture in our course as a district where the decisions that we make, they matter for down the road. And so that we are delayed a year from being able to do something for people, because the last 2 years have been rough on everybody. Everybody. Like I said, as a professional educator, being in a district that worked when other districts were out, I get it. I understand the stresses the anxiety and pressures that are there. But I'm thankful to Dr. Kieser and his team for putting this work in so that we have something that will continue to reward and show value to our employees.
All right, are there any more comments or questions? All right. I do want to say that I am really happy to actually see this coming forward to us, just because it is something that is long overdue for our staff. They do deserve to be properly compensated for the work that they do. And it's a good way to show that you guys are valued for us.
Spencer, I want to add again. And I think that also one of the things that you'll continue to see us do as we're moving together as a board is that sometimes we got to ground our conversation so that we're all working in the same facts. The money that's coming about, it's all taxpayer money. And like I said, as an educator for 23 years, the difference, I have friends who work in private industry and, they have jobs like when I worked in Columbus, people worked at Limited Brands, Les Wexner. That's a billionaire. The type of compensation that happens in the private industry is different because for all of us that are public employees, our money is coming out of the pockets of our fellow neighbors. And so as we're trying to be financial stewards and do the right thing with that and satisfy the needs of our employees, what we have to do that other people don't think about is it's coming from someone else. And so those are some of the things that we have to balance at that time.
Thank you. I'm glad that we have this opportunity to actually get us on this correct compensation plan for our staff. So it is a discussion and information item. So it'll be held over to the next month before it will go to the full board. So next item we have is item 4A, which is our action items for the night, which is the SVPP grant.
So we heard this last month, and I have Mr. Turner here and Mr. Winters. If there are any additional questions, there were no questions that were submitted over the past month, and so we are asking the committee to move recommendation of Faith Technologies quote for the exterior access control upgrades to the full board. All right. Do any of the committee members have any questions about this?
I had one. How hard would it be to get a security officer at every building?
Like a permanent security officer?
Like someone there at the beginning of school when the last kid leaves the building?
I can tell you that as we've posted positions as they've opened since I started here, we get plenty of applicants. So it would really come down to the district creating FTE to have a security officer at every building that was requested.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turner.
Any other questions?
I guess just a general question, because we did talk about this at the last meeting, but do you think, every time a situation happens across the country, it sheds light on exactly what this program's doing, talking about controlling entrances and safety of staff and students. Are there places in this plan that still leave room for improvement that can still be served piecemeal because this plan only gets us so far, and whether it's for a certain school or multiple buildings, or I just really maybe just more your opinion on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So this, I guess, would be phase one, and what we're proposing to do at the high school is something I would like to see, without a doubt, district-wide. When I started here, just in the last 18 months, I curated like a playbook of things that I wanted to do to increase the physical security of all of our buildings. And this is part of that playbook, if you will. So no, we don't just do this and then we stop. There's, with this like building management program that we talk about, there's all sorts of things we can do. and I could spend all night up here talking about all the cool things, but some conversations are best left behind closed doors because we don't want to show all of our cards to anybody out there that may try to use those things against us. But I assure you, we have a long and large playbook of things that we would like to do across the district.
All right, I guess I'd just say then, lastly, just keep bringing those forward because I think there's an appetite to make sure we're doing all that we can.
100%.
All right. Anything else?
I just wanted to tell you I really appreciate the hard work you guys put in. I went to a couple of schools last week. Had a graduation, 8th grade graduation at Aldrich, and I went to Fruzen School. And for me to go up, I think I'm a well-liked guy, but I pushed the button and it was, who are you here to see? And what's your business here? And I'll go in, and I had to wait. And not because I'm a parent of a student here or because I think I'm just well known. I still had to wait for the badge, which made me really proud. And I just want to tell you guys, keep up the good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Is there anything else? All right. This is an action item, so we are looking for a motion to move to recommend the Faith Technologies quote to for the BMHS exterior access control upgrade to the full Board of Education for approval. Do we have a motion?
I motion it.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. And that takes us up to the meeting closing, which is item 5A, which is our next meeting date, which will be Tuesday, July 5th, 2022 at 5:30. And we are at adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion.
Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Aye. And the motion carries. This concludes our Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're going to start in 2, Spencer, 2, in 2. Everybody at 53. There's Rob.
But I just thought I'd say hi because we're usually just waving at each other. And, I got to jump out of the way sometimes you come down there. Did I tick her off?
So noted. I'm usually like focused. Good seeing you. Ready?
And 1. Recording yet?
They're recording. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to call to order the June 7th, 2022 Human Resource Committee meeting. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Brian Anderson,
Here.
Spencer Anderson,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Joanne Winfield.
Here.
I have all members present with Greg Schneider virtual.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved?
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion. All those in favor of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. We are now at, is there a motion for the approval of the minutes from May 17th, 2022?
So move.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Been a motion and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. We're now on to 2A, employment recommendations. A motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there a second? Second by Board Member Amy Levy. It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Pardon me, it's a roll call.
Roll call vote to go into closed session. Mr. Shope, roll call, please.
Brian Anderson,
Here.
aye or nay?
Sorry. Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Joanne Winfield,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
All members have voted aye.
Okay, so we'll be going into closed session. We've got a number of things on the agenda, so we'll be out for a while, but we'll be coming back.
Hey, Dan, Neerad, how's it going? Would you mind muting? We're just getting some feedback. I'm sorry. Is that cool?
All right, we're returning from closed session, and we are on item 2B, HR Committee Report, Employment Recommendations for Exhibit A. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve Employment Recommendations Exhibit A.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Levy. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving Exhibit A signify by saying aye.
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 All right, the motion passes unanimously. Item 2C, determination of administrator contract. Is there a motion for Exhibit B?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Board Member Spencer Anderson and seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion?
No, but I like a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Board Member, Secretary Shope, roll call vote, please. All those in favor signify by saying aye or nay, or in the roll call. Gotcha.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joanne Winfield,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Nay.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-2.
Okay. All right, we approve the closed session minutes. Next meeting, 3A. All right. So our next meeting date is Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. All right. And we are now adjourned in our Human Resources Committee, which is a committee of the whole. And we will be going into our regular meeting in about 5 minutes.
good? All right.
I like how everything went.
Yeah, I thought the discussion was excellent. I liked that it was like, I think, and I liked, I think your mic is.
So we're getting ready to begin our regular meeting, but before we go into the regular meeting, I do want to take a time to explain. Our Human Resources Committee is a committee of the whole. It means that all 7 of us meet together, unlike our other committees where there are 3 people. So the issue that many of you are here for tonight has already been settled as a 5-2 vote for Jen Sheevy, who is the employee on the list, and the position. Also, as board president, I want to take a pause. Definitely, as a public educator myself, we appreciate the support that was shown to Ms. Sheevy and lots of the communication that came to the board. Her strong qualities were listed. Also, I think for us, as I said in the newspaper article and in the reply that came back, that if you look at policy 185.5, we're operating within the guides of our policy, which involves consideration, and that is what we have taken. I think that we have to, this has nothing to do with Ms. Sheevy on this part, but for where we are as a district and the culture shift that we are attempting to have, we have to pause sometimes. And that is what we did in that space. One of the things that we are trying to honor as a board is that in our public actions that we are modeling, because it's easier for us as a team of 7 to do the things that only board members can do that are the right levers to help our district move towards advancement. Like if we're not doing the things that the 7 of us can do, then whatever progress is made in other parts of the district will be hampered by us. So one of the things that we talk about and have worked on is pausing when things are different. Understanding, I have been an employee in this district also. So understanding like the cultural space where we're at, and that some things are happening that we might not completely understand, and that creates a different reaction. We honor that. But I think one thing that has to be said is how we operate with each other, because we're all in community together, and sometimes there will be disagreement. There might be misunderstanding, but as the board president and the board, we are operating within the confines of our policy. This is not just how people, we're just doing whatever we want to do. We have our board counsel, Mr. Bukema, with us, and we sit down together as a board superintendent team. And we also try to have that communication with our stakeholders. So you have been heard, and in the end, we're trying to move forward for our students and for our employees, and you'll see that in the things that are coming forward tonight. But that is something that under my leadership, as I'm working, that we have to be in right relationship with each other. And, we're human beings, so there will be conflict. It's been a long 2 years of employment during COVID and working in schools. And we recognize the challenges that you all have faced in the building with students, not students, but with leadership changes. So that is not lost upon us. And if that was not understood, we apologize for that misunderstanding. So now at this time, we're getting ready to call this meeting to order. And so I'm calling to order the June 7th regular. And could I have a roll call?
Brian Anderson,
Present?
Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Jawan Winfield.
Here.
All members are present, with Greg Schneider appearing virtually.
Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So move.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Schneider and seconded by Board Member Levy, A. Levy. Is there any discussion?
I do have one thing to request.
Okay.
Can we move the future meeting dates before the executive session?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can we change the template? Yes, we'll get that done too. All right.
That'd be awesome.
Any other discussion? All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Board Member Anderson, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? B. Anderson.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are now at public comment. I'm supposed to read something also. Where is that at? Oh, gotcha.
It's down further.
All right.
Keep going down. Keep going. Nope. Is it only in Spanish?
Nope, scroll all the way down.
It looks like it's only in Spanish.
I could read it, but I don't know if people understand.
You're on
All right.
the public side.
Gotcha.
That's okay.
I got it. Alpha dance, I can see. All right. Thank you. There's a difference. All right. Norms for public comments during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take an action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately, and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. And I think before we begin with speaking in the audience, we do have an email. Ms. Shope? Okay. Please read the email.
I have one email from Paul O'Leary. I once was proud to tell people I work for the Beloit School District and retired after 32 years. I am now ashamed and embarrassed to tell anyone that. Paul O'Leary, go Lancers. That concludes the email.
Okay. Is there anyone in the, do you have cards for public comment in the audience?
I do. I have Kate Bears, who would like to speak, and I have two people who are yielding time for Kate, Karen Schultz and Melissa Workman.
Okay. Please make sure the mic is on while you're speaking.
Oh, okay. Sure. Good evening. My name is Kathleen Bars. I have been a teacher in the school district of Beloit for 21 years. And we came tonight prepared to read a very different statement. But from all of us who are here and our colleagues who could not be here with us tonight, we appreciate you listening to our respectful and peaceful request to reconsider Ms. Sheevy as principal of Frusen Intermediate. We certainly understand working in partnership together, we want to do that. We had a beautiful staff meeting this morning with all of us who are returning in the fall. And we are all extremely excited to work together with the board, move together with the vision to make Frusen the best school it can be. So thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments, Board Member Shope? Secretary Shope?
I have no other comments, no other submissions for comment.
All right, thank you. I can't get this thing to open up. Look, I can't get anything open now. Like, it's all confused. All right, Superintendent. All right. We're now at item 3A, Superintendent Board Report.
Thank you, Board President Levy. Let's see here. Get this up here. All right. For the Superintendent's Board Report this evening, I am reprising my presentation from the Business Operations Committee to talk about the compensation plan and model that has been a work of over this past year. And so a year ago, almost to the month, was the conversation that we were going into partnership with Evergreen Solutions to do a comprehensive analysis of our job descriptions and our compensation with the goal of building a more equitable system for our employees moving forward. And so I presented at the committee meeting earlier this evening, and we'll be bringing that forward next month, or it will be coming back forward next month. However, wanting to make sure that the full board heard the presentation as well as the community at large, I wanted to use the superintendent's board report time to make sure that I reprise that information. So for those of you who have heard this once before earlier today, I apologize, but if it causes more questions to be asked, that's the intent. So where are we currently? Currently, we are in a two-model system. And that two-model system is one built on steps and lanes, which is built for our professional educators, and a salary range for all other employee groups. In our steps and lane systems for professional educators, we basically have two base lanes, one for a bachelor's degree and one for a master's degree. The base salary at the bachelor's degree level starts at $43,000, tops off at just over $79,000, where our master's lane is about $6,000 more, starting at $49,000 and topping out at just over $85,000. Now, that takes care of the majority of our professional educator employee group. However, we do have a few educators, such as instructional coaches, that do work beyond the normal teacher day. So we actually have two lanes built on a 200-day contract, and as you can see in the third bullet, those bachelor and master's degree lanes are laid out. Now, over the past 3 years, we've been exploring and basically doing an action research project insofar as the BEA and the administration have given flat rate increases to all of the professional educators. And that will become important in the later slides here, because as we have done this work, in alignment with that research, we have come to a commitment as to a recommendation moving forward. So more to be said about that in just a minute. For all of our administrative employee groups and our non-professional, non-administrator staff, we have salary ranges or hourly ranges. For administrators, we don't have a set schedule other than an approval back in March of 2020 by the board for an administrator recruitment hiring range, which set forth for all administrative groups a hiring range, but once they're hired, they are basically held flat unless a recommendation comes to HR and then to the HR committee, or the board takes formal action to increase the cost of living for this employee group. Similarly, for all of our hourly employees start at about $15 an hour and top out in different ranges up to $53 an hour. These have been, up until this year, annualized, meaning that even though they were hourly, we would calculate how many hours they would work in a year and then pay them as if they were on a salary schedule. Unfortunately, the Department of Labor has changed its rules and no longer will allow groups to do this. So that has forced all employers, not just school districts, to move to a pay per work model. So that means all employee groups that are being paid hourly have to clock in and clock out, and they do not get paid for time that they're not working. So if they're not for summer breaks, holiday breaks, unless they're a paid holiday, they are not getting paid for those days, which causes a much different budgeting cycle for these employee groups. And as I mentioned, unless board takes explicit action with these employee groups, there is no mechanism for increase in pay. So we partnered with a group called Evergreen that not only works with school districts, but works with higher education institutions, cities, counties, to look at things like human resource and management. So we've been working with 2 staff from Evergreen Solutions, Linda and Stacy, who have been our points of contact throughout this entire process. The scope of the work that we've asked them to do was such that we started with job descriptions in which we sent out surveys to all 850 plus employees and asked them to basically do a detailed job analysis of what they do on a day-to-day basis. Based on that feedback, we had their direct supervisors review all of those for accuracy and clarification where needed. Once we had that information, we then took that information and did a market analysis. Now, what I'll say is that we did not get 850 employees all filling this out. We had between 30 and 40% response rate. However, even though that response rate is less than what we would want it to be, we had enough employees in each of the employee groups in the job categories that we were able to do the market research that was needed to continue the work moving forward. However, the length that we had to extend that opening is what caused us to not have this work until this particular time and place. We had intended for this to take half as much time, but because we increased that first step so that we could do the rest of the work, that's what caused our delay. The market research helped Evergreen went out and did a local and a national analysis of the employee groups and our job market so that we could see where we were currently placed locally and nationally across our different employee groups. Compensation philosophy, and then finally develop a compensation plan with the explicit expectation that longevity be included somewhere in that process. So even though this was the scope of the work, this work is being presented from the end being the starting point. And so working with Tim Vedra, Deb Prowse, Sarah McGlasser-Maynard, the executive team, and Evergreen, we've been able to review the compensation plan and longevity model and have a solid recommendation that is supported to that committee. The intent is to clarify and get questions so that we can make sure we answer those questions when we come back next month. So as we move forward, and those of you who may not be able to see this on the screen, if you go into Board Docs and download this, you can actually blow this up and take a look. Once we had our job descriptions, the first thing to do market analysis is to figure out who our comparables are. So Evergreen took the lead on doing this, looking at comparables based on district demographics and size as well as community demographics and size. So when you take a look at this, we had 29 local or Wisconsin, Illinois peers that we matched. Now, when you take a look at that list, you'll notice that there are not very many school districts that are very close to us. And that is in part that many of our surrounding school districts are in a regional partnership, which did not allow them to participate due to their bylaws in this work. So while we were disappointed in not having that information to be included in this, Evergreen was able to expand that bubble and be able to create some really good comparables. And then you can also see that we had some national peers that we took a look at. The way we looked at these was based on a cost of living index. And so when you take a look at the cost of living index factor, it matches, and that the cost of living index factor is that very last column. Anything that is comparable to us based on that index is at a 1.0. So really there are only two two districts that are very, very close to us, so close that they are actually at a 1.0 factor to Beloit, and that is the Madison Metropolitan School District and the Lincoln Academy. Other school districts you can see are either higher or lower based on whether that factor is above 1 or below 1. This is important because what we found in that market analysis is that by and large, we are pretty close to a market average. However, where we currently are with our current compensation model is about 0.2% below at our market minimums for all of the job titles. And why I say that, that means that we're pretty close and we're slightly under. When you take a look at the individual positions, we had a 74.4% spread, meaning that some of our jobs were 39% plus below or ahead of the market, and some were 35% below market. That's a very huge spread. So while we might be very close to market overall, if we didn't look at the job ranges, we would never see this spread. And so one of the things that we need to do is bring that spread together between minimum and maximums. On average, we're about 2 to 3% below markets at the midpoint ranges and about 4% below at our maximum ranges. Unlike, we are unique as a school district in that we bring our addendums or stipends for extra duty pay to the board level for approval. Most school districts in the research do not do this. This is an administrative function. However, based on the extensive research pool that Evergreen could do, they were able to at least do a bare minimum assessment of our competitive ranges to those other districts that are doing addendums at board levels. And by and large, we're on average or above market for our minimum to maximum level. So once we know where we are market-wise, we need to develop where do we want to build from there. Do we want to lead the market? Do we want to align to the market? Do we want to lag to the market? Well, in the conversation, what we want to be is slightly ahead of the local market, but we want to be sustainable. So we want to be ahead of our local peers, but we don't want to be so far ahead that we can't build this into our budget moving forward. And so that was a key decision that helped drive all of the other decisions moving forward. Our overall goal with HR is to create a different way in which we communicate compensation to all of our employees, both our employees with us and our employees that we are hoping to recruit through our hiring process. So Evergreen will help us develop a salary and benefits letter to accompany all of our contracts so that we can share what the total compensation is when we hand out our contracts, whether it is to a new employee or to our employees that are already with us. This is to help bring clarity to how we compensate, and it also is to help mitigate some of the tactics that districts use to help either retain or recruit people to come to the district. As we have seen in the newspaper, districts will use different things, different levers in order to attract or retain their personnel. Some will say, well, we are increasing our benefits to keep our employees, but they're suffering on the wages side. Other places who are looking to recruit will up their wages, but they will sacrifice their benefits. And employees will not know this until they're in the system and they look explicitly. We want to take that ambiguity out of it and have that as our norm through this letter. What our structure is, what we could do is either have a straight step and lane, go straight to a salary range, or in our case, do a hybrid of that. have a salary range that is built within a step-in and lane type structure. This helps build flexibility insofar as we know where our starting and our ending ranges are for salaries, but we also have built-in flexibility so that annually we can guarantee a certain percentage of increase as individuals move through that step and lane structure. And we also wanted to make sure that as part of the conversation, either built into that model or separate from that model, we had longevity. And through the research that Evergreen did, they recommended that the structure that we had here previously was the best structure for us and for our market area. So reestablishing the longevity pay outside of the salary structure is the recommendation that we have moving forward. So you're not going to be able to see all the numbers that are on here, but it's the structure itself that is the important thing to visualize. On the left-hand side of the screen is our salary schedule for all non-administrative groups. This is what used to be the teacher step and lane structure. What you'll see here is that along the tops are the headers for who goes into those lanes. And it's important to say that these are salaried, not administrative structures, because not all of our hourly employees should be hourly. They should be on a salary schedule. And so as we move through this model and go from what we have to what will be, if this is approved, will be to move people onto this structure. And I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about this structure in a little bit and blow up the header, so I'm not going to dig too deep at this point. On the right-hand side is brand new. So this is a proposed administrative step and lane structure. Each of the headers are the different administrative roles, starting with assistant principals and working your way up to executive directors. And so on here, very similar to the non-administrative, once you are placed on here, you will know what your pay increases will be as you move through. The structure of the increases going vertically is 2% moving down that scale. So that means that if nothing else is done, just by being here a year, moving from one level to the next level down, it's a 2% increase over what you have. Moving across horizontally is between a 5 and a 6% increase as you move across in a horizontal fashion. With this type of a structure, the way that you manage this structure is very simple in that you only have to worry about the top base cell. And once that base cell is known, all other cells within this matrix are populated from that based on those percentage increases. So once you know that, then you know how we can talk about compensation moving forward. It's important to note that the board has already approved cost of living increases for the next school year. So we're actually talking about this discussion for the fall of 2023, not for the fall of 2022. However, if approved, the increases that have been realized through board action earlier this year could result in and will result in a significant number of individuals getting an additional increase as you move from the old model to the new model, and I'll talk more about that in a couple of slides. This is the compensation step and lane structure for our hourly employees. Now, it's important to note here that that first column, our base wage for our hourly employees was at $15. Now it's at $15.20. This is accounting for that market research where we were slightly below the market value. Now we're positioning ourselves slightly above all of our peers so that we are being competitive but also being sustainable as we move forward. And this is that first matrix, that non-administrative salary structure blown up. And the reason why I wanted to make sure that I waited until this slide was so that you could actually start to see what the different pieces were in here. As we take a look across the headers, you'll see an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, and so forth. That bachelor's degree was the original BA structure under our current model. Under our current model, our base wage is $43,000. And as you can see on here, the base wage proposed for this new structure is $44,829.51. Again, taking into account that we were slightly below market and now we're positioning ourselves slightly above market, but sustainable. Parallel to that, the master degree level is still $6,000 or roughly $6,000 above what that bachelor's level is at $50,298. It still mirrors what we're currently doing while being accountable. But what's different here is how we've handled all of those other nuances and creating a new lane or 2 new lanes of future flexibility. So where we had our instructional coaches, we've now created 2 lanes, a bachelor's and a master's degree extended contract. Those account for individuals who are salaried but working beyond the teacher contract. So these are individuals, again, who are working 200 days and so forth. And then next to those extended contracts is a brand new lane that never existed before. And that is a bachelor's degree with add-on licensure, a doctorate, or a master's degree with add-on licensure. This is brand new. And the reason these lanes are brand new is because through the research, what we value through the surveys and through the focus group discussions was that it wasn't the credits that we valued the endorsements and we valued the certifications that our employees hold and get because of what they mean to the skill level of the educator in the classroom, to the coaches working with our educators, working with our students, and so forth. And so the question then becomes, how do you manage a structure like this? So in conversation, again, with the BEA, the executive team, and the Secretaries Union, what we are proposing is that with the HR group that we would create a HR review committee, which would be facilitated by the executive director of HR with standing membership from the BEA, Finance, Pupil Services, Teaching, Learning, and Equity, and the E-Equality Committee. This core group would meet and create the system and structure by which we would review and expand upon these 2 lanes. Now, we started with the DPI state add-on licensures because these are areas that are not in dispute. These are outside, these are already established at the state level. Criterion and training that is needed to get these licensures. So if you're not sure what supplementary add-on licensures are, you can click on the link, but they are things like adaptive education, bilingual, bicultural education, gifted and talented, reading teacher, some areas of CTE education, and much, much more. What this structure, this HR review committee structure would provide is a way for us to localize how might we also recognize other endorsements that we currently value within the system. So on a regular cadence, that this cell could be reflective of different things that meet our needs of our district. And so here is the flexibility that at one point did not or currently does not exist that could exist moving forward within this new model. So I'm going to push pause for a second here and talk a little bit about what if this was approved, what would happen next. So to move from where we are to where we would go, the nice thing is that Evergreen knows where all of our employees are and based on if this model is approved, where everyone would move. And so they've performed the calculations, and they know in terms of where individuals would be. In this model that they built for us, no individual is going to lose any salary. So any salary increases that were approved at the board level earlier this year will be realized, but 795 of our staff in this model would see some level of increase. On average, that it would be a 1.3% increase, or about an additional $663. That is just based on moving from the old system to the new system. If you happen to be in that other pool, you would not realize an increase outside of the increase that the board has already approved for next year. But that is to say, this does not include longevity in that model just yet. As proposed, that this new model, we would reestablish the longevity model that once existed in our district with the same milestones. Again, working with our union, we would establish the milestones at 10, 15, and 20 years of service in the district at the same rates that once existed. So $1,000 for those employees between 10 and 14 years, $1,500 for 15 years of service plus, and $2,000 once they hit the 20-year milestone plus. If approved, knowing that the approval would be after July 1, all decisions would be made retroactive to July 1st for any employee groups whose salaries would start then. About 200 individuals would receive longevity pay. Some of those individuals would receive longevity pay in addition to an increase that is moving to the new schedule. Some will receive longevity pay and would not receive additional pay in moving. So this longevity pay, again, being outside of, would be running right parallel with that new model. So many people are asking, okay, so you've just proposed two different things, and it looks like a lot of money that's sitting up there on the screen. And yes, it is a lot of money sitting up there on the screen. However, based on our budgeting and working with finance, we are estimating what the high end of implementing this would be. We feel that we would not meet this threshold, but we are going to budget this threshold so that we make sure that we can build our forecasting tool and pressure test it against the sustainability model. So including an additional 15% cost for increased benefits because of an increased salary, we estimate bringing all of our staff to the new compensation model will cost an estimated $600,000. In addition, moving all of our employee groups into reestablishing the longevity pay, and there are a few individuals in our system who were grandfathered in, and those individuals would stay right where they are. We looked at a few of the individuals that we are aware of, and this model, they would fit within that, will cost an additional $600,000. We're proposing using a braid of district and ESSER funds to make this move so that, if approved, the finance department has the entire next year to build this into the forecasting tool. We feel that this $1.2 million increase will take us from a 64% salary and benefits level within our total operating budget to just under 67% threshold for our salary and wages within that same budget. So this investment does still keep us within that range that Barrett always talks about, in terms of you don't want to get beyond 72% of your total budget being salary and benefits. Currently we're at 64. If this were approved at this rate, it would bump as high as just under 67%, but our estimates are that it would be less than that. Because one thing that hasn't been accounted for in this is any people who have moved out of our system as far as retirements or resignations, and then hiring individuals in at a lower rate. So with that, our next steps is that I'm presenting it to the committee and the board tonight and the community. We'll take the next month for collection of questions, and Tim and I have already been in conversations, and we are developing, well, I should say he's developing an FAQ document, which he and I will joint answer so that we can make that a public-facing document to answer questions. If approved in July, Finance and HR will work this summer to have everyone moved, and the executive director of HR will establish that HR review committee so that that committee can establish the procedures for reviewing the compensation model moving forward. And again, looking at those two new lanes and starting with the DPI and developing a structure for what other endorsements or certifications would we want to add to that. So with that, I recognize that Tim is still in the audience, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but please, I open it up to any questions. And between myself, or if Tim wants to try to answer any questions, I'll afford him that opportunity.
Board members, are there any questions? We'll start with Board Member Levy.
Thank you. I have a quick one. On or near that first page, it says the bachelor's level and the master's level. Does that need to be a master's in education, or is that any master's level degree?
Master's level degree for the position that they're in. So it started in teaching, but we said a master's degree because we recognize that there are some employee groups that may have a master's degree outside of the instructional realm.
So
yes.
Just to clarify, it does not need to be in education, any master's level completion.
Master's level completion in the work that they are doing. So
what does that mean?
So I might have a master's degree in business, but I have a bachelor's degree in education and I'm a teacher, so I'm going to use my bachelor's degree in education for that. But if I'm a master's degree in finance and I'm the director and I'm in a non-administrative finance position, I'm going to use that master's degree.
So if I have a bachelor's in education and I have an MBA, but I'm teaching business, does my master's degree count?
That's actually a really good question, and I would say that would be a great question for our HR committee to discern and put that into our FAQ.
Yeah, I would just want to clarify that before we approve and roll it out, because if I'm a teacher and I have a master's degree, the way that's listed, I would expect that $6,000 bump. So we just need to be clear on what it's meant and make sure that the communication is aligned.
Yeah, thank you.
I have just a comment and a question, if that's okay. Yeah, I actually, thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Levy, because while we're discussing this, we have our academy system, and I know we have like an outstanding dual credit program, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like most recent iteration of HLC requirements are that if a high school teacher is teaching a college level class, they have to have the degree above. And I don't think we've ever, and I might be wrong in this, I'm not sure that our district has ever provided any kind of incentive to get like a master's in business, for example, to teach a college level business class so that our students can receive that opportunity for dual credit. So based on the outcome of what Board Member Levy just raised, I guess a question that I would have for when this comes back would be, could we give some consideration to teachers who teach those dual credit classes, or teachers who are trying to grow in order to teach those dual credit classes for the sustainability of that academy system, right? So our kids can get those free college credits. If we would add consideration, like if I wanted to get, if I were maybe currently teaching English, but if I want to go get a master's in English versus a master's in education so that I could teach those college level, bachelor level English classes.
That one we did talk about in terms of because one of the topics was exactly the valuing of those endorsements. And one of those many endorsements was getting the status for teaching dual credit without having teaching dual credit well within the high school structure. So that is definitely one of the reasons for putting together that HR review committee. If this model is approved, that would be one of those discussions that committee would hear, make a decision, and then they would put that in the structure so that moving forward, here's the list of the things that would be for that lane. We didn't want to start with a blank page. DPI was a natural starting point for that, but we did not put a limit as to say there's only a certain number of things that could go in there, but we did need to have a clear and consistent process by which we had multiple stakeholders come to the table to hear those proposals, make a clear decision with some criteria, and then once that decision was made, be able to communicate that out effectively.
Just a quick follow-up question for the future committee would be to explore, and maybe you already know the answer, if Act 59 dollars could be used to supplement any of those like endorsements or higher education like pay for teachers.
So two things. One would be this model is explicitly looking at the compensation for our employee groups moving forward and how we might do that. I agree with you that the Act 59 dollars could be used to supplement a teacher wanting to create a pathway, which is also a function of HR, which would tie into that. So on one side, we're talking about compensation, but that we compensate what we value. And one of the things that we heard is that we value as an organization is those endorsements. And sometimes the pathway, people don't travel a pathway even though we build it out for them because they don't see the fruit at the end of that. This is the fruit at the end of that.
I appreciate that. Thanks for fielding those questions. And I just wanted to thank you for bringing up longevity because it's just something that for whatever reason, this is my 4th year on the board that we've struggled to execute. And so I appreciate the work that went into this and I'm excited to see it progress.
Are there any other questions, board members?
I had a question. With this new model, the Grow Your Own program, how does that work with that? Does it help? Does it hinder? I would just like to know how that looks.
Definitely is not going to hinder it. Kind of building off of Vice President Miller's comment about Act 59 dollars to help build a pipeline for that. So the Grow Your Own has been expanded from beyond just supporting a recent graduate who wants to go into education, but we've now expanded it to our paraeducators who want to get their teaching degree. So absolutely, this could take individuals who are currently in an hourly role, and the Grow Your Own could give them the dollars to pursue that education so that they could get a teaching job or some other role within the district. Some of our positions might end up being positions that require an associate's degree, and so it is about growing our employee group and diversifying our employee group. So it's not going to hinder it, but if they can see like I do this and this is what I'll be compensated for if I achieve it, that I think will be a help.
I appreciate that, Dr. Keyser. One more question: Are we reaching out to our educators, our assistant? What do we call them?
Our paraeducators.
Paraeducators, letting them know that we have something that we offer, something this great to where they can get their associates and be in the classroom or be a help to the.
So
teachers.
Two things. Yes, we have a Grow Your Own committee that has been and. As an offshoot of that committee, there is a communication arm, so we have been reaching out when we open up for submissions for that scholarship. But then we're in a constant evolution of trying to build pipelines, affordable pipelines, not only affordable in cost, but affordable in time and effort, so that people can complete those. The higher ed institutions are starting to come around. Most notably, Black Hawk Tech and UW Whitewater, or I should say the UW system, have just finalized some agreements in which you can take your associate's degree in early education at Black Hawk Tech and take those credits to the UW system so that you can get your bachelor's degree. So it's a work in progress, unfortunately.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? All right. Well, I've got a couple. We rehearsed this earlier, but I'll run through real quickly. Dr. Keiser, we have a $10.5 million deficit. How can we afford this?
So yes, we approved a $10.5 million budget deficit, and when we think about how we are using our controls in terms of revenues and expenditures, we have been looking at right-sizing our district and avoiding layoffs through our retirements and closing positions that have been open for over a year. An investment of $1 million for some districts has come about in the form of a $1,000 one-time check. For our district, that would be $850,000. We're asking an investment of $1.2 million so that we can build a system that's going to carry us for the next 10 years. We will, in looking at our forecasting tool and Baird as our financial advisors, we know that this $1.2 million will move us on the needle from 64% of our overall budget being salary and benefits to just under 67%. This is affordable and sustainable from that standpoint. We still have to do all the work of managing our expenses, and the board is currently wrestling with the conversation around, do we want to explore revenues in the form of a referendum? And I think that an investment not only in the capital projects, which you'll hear about when we talk about the business and operation committee work, but also in the operations budget and sharing with our community. Our community values our staff, and we can build a sustainable model with an infusion of funds as well as expenditure controls by making sure that we are always monitoring our staffing size relative to our student size.
Okay, second question. Choices of, our survey is coming back on the 21st from school perceptions. The relation of what that tells us about operational referendum or capital referendum and this model, what is their connection?
There's a huge connection between that. Currently, we've been sitting with our mill rate at 1010. So for every $1,000 of your property, $10.10 goes to the school district. We've been doing that not only to pay the local tax portion of our budget, but it's also been to pay down our last referendum debt. We've been doing that so successfully that we've saved the taxpayers of the city of Beloit over $5 million in interest payments. We are in a position where we can't pay down that debt anymore because of the bonds that underwrite that. There is a guaranteed call date. So there's a level at which you cannot prepay that debt anymore. We have the opportunity that we can lower that mill rate from 1010 down to some lower number and replace that prepayment with referendum if the board were to put forward a referendum question and the community were to support it. And I want to say that very clearly, because it makes no sense on its face. We can actually reduce the local tax burden to the community and ask for a referendum question, and if approved, still have a lower tax rate overall and increase the funding for our capital and or operations for this school district, which in part can go to making sure that that budget deficit stays closed as long as we put the systems and structures in place to monitor it on an annual basis. In part through these transitions between board and superintendent, we've had declining enrollment and we've had very stable staffing. That isn't to say we couldn't afford it, but at some point that fiscal cliff comes, and that's what we want to avoid. But we're also in a unique position where we can ask questions that we weren't prepared to ask before. And so it's very important that the conversation around the referendum or the community survey on the 21st, needs to be a part of it. This is a big rock. If we approve this big rock, you place the big rock in first and you budget around those big rocks. So to your earlier question, can we afford this? Yes, we can afford this if we budget for this. And that's why having this be in the budget discussion for 23 and not 22 is so important, why we bring it here now.
Okay. This is paid for with some of our budget and some of our ESSER funds.
Correct. We wanted to make sure that we blended those funds so that, one, we maximize the sustainability of our funds moving forward and avoid using our fund balance. So you got your district funds, then you've got your grant funds, then you have your ESSER funds, and then you have your fund balance. And that should be the order in which we start to go through our revenue resources.
For each employee group, they're going to get placed on the new model. They're going to get placed on the model, and there's going to be some adjustment from what number to what number.
Exactly, and that's the hardest part. This is a compensation philosophy and plan. So in part, the nuanced questions of who goes where when, that's the work that Evergreen is doing. They are telling us in this model, 795 individuals are going to be placed in a space in which they are going to get an increase over and above what's already been approved at the board level.
So we have 850 employees, and in this, 795 will receive more money?
Yes.
Okay. And then with the longevity, how is that working?
So 200 individuals have already sustained, have already reached markers in which they would receive longevity pay. So they would get a longevity payment. And I don't know the logistics, if it's an actual check that gets cut or if it's add-on pay to their overall salary, but they will get either $1,000, $1,500, or $2,000 annually in those milestones.
Mr. Vedder, speaking for the BEA, our largest employee group, is this something that you all are in favor of and you have been worked with to get to this point?
Yes, as Dr. Kieser pointed out, we've been in discussions with the district over a number of years for, looking at compensation, looking at longevity, those types of things. We held a general membership meeting last night with a large number of teachers to kind of review the slides Dr. Kieser just went over, and the overall feedback was positive, very positive. The one caveat to this that we are very encouraged by is that HR committee that's going to be established, because there were a lot of questions asked about, what if I have this license? What if I have this license? We know we're going to start with that core DPI approved list and then work those forward to the uniqueness of the jobs we have in our district and of the needs we have to establish a more comprehensive list. So we are in favor of it, yes.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Kieser, as I end this line of questioning, in the district, at different times, teachers have been taken care of, then the administrators got something, then the paras got something. At different times, the system has not been comprehensive and covered all employees. This model does that?
Yeah, so this, by putting everyone onto one structure, it makes it much easier to manage. When we know what our base cell is, so the base salary, the BA number 1 cell there, that's all that needs to be adjusted when the board takes up the budgeting conversation. And the recommendation is that the BEA did their analysis alongside of the work with the compensation, and where the BEA landed was that CPI is the best metric in which to look at increases. In this model, all you have to do is say we want to increase the base model by CPI, and then everything else is taken care of in that. No longer is it that that it has to be, well, we have to worry about this group because they have this structure. This group is a different structure, so we have to adjust them differently. It's one structure, one set of levers, and then once you know what those levers are, the only negotiating piece is the base salary and then the increase that gets proposed and ultimately approved at the board level. And so in that discussion, that's where the CPI piece comes in instead of having a flat rate.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other board member questions? All right. That concludes your report? Or?
That concludes my report.
All right. So we'll now move on to committee reports, business operations and finance, 4A.
All right. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. So we have two things that came to our consent agenda today from the Business Operations Finance Committee meeting, which was the financial reports for April of 2022 and the SVPP grant. That's for the security at the high school. Other things that we had in our committee meeting were information discussion items of the BMHS HVAC project, which was going to be our discussion about bringing air conditioning to the 3rd floor of the high school, and also some other improvements to the air handlers and making it easier for our the air handlers to be controlled and control the type of airflow that is going through it. And then, as you just heard, the district compensation model from Dr. Keyser. That's all I have to report.
All right, 3B, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee.
At our last meeting, we had a wonderful presentation about restorative practices and some future trainings, opportunities, and development there. And we also approved moving to the full board the purchase of the BH 365 curriculum, and I believe that covers it. Oh, I'm lying to you. We also heard great information about the Beloit virtual school programming and curriculum options there. That will be coming back at our next meeting for action.
All right, there's no report for the Governance Committee. Legislative update.
My legislative update will happen at the next meeting, which is June 21st. I am able to give my policy update, which happens at this first meeting of the month. The policy committee met for our June meeting on June 1st. That was Wednesday of last week. Policy approved to move forward to the full board. Policy 830, public use of school facilities. Rule 1 of that policy, use of school facilities regulation. Also Rule 2 of that policy, kitchen facility use. We also move forward policy 840, public gifts to the schools. Rule 1 of that policy, guidelines for accepting public gifts to the schools. Policy 851, advertising. And what's currently listed as policy 851.1, part of the proposed change is that we keep that in line with the nomenclature for our other policies and shifting that to policy 851, Rule 1, guidelines for advertising through technology. Also, you'll see on the consent agenda for this evening, a first reading is Policy 853, Political Activities in Schools. The Policy Committee at our June meeting decided to postpone until our Wednesday, July 6th meeting, the following policy, so the administration can work with legal to provide additional information. Those three policies are Policy 850, Public Solicitation / Promotions in School, Rule 1 of that policy, which is public solicitations, the guidelines for that, and then Policy 852, distribution of non-school related materials to students.
Thank you. We are at 5A, discussion and action items. On behalf of the board, I want to thank our current student representative, Karina Gonzalez, for serving this year. I'd also like to announce that next year's student board representative will be Hayden Murray. Hayden's first meeting will be in September at the regular board meeting on Tuesday, September 20th at 7 p.m.
Can we clap for Karina?
Let's clap for Karina. All right. Item 3B, superintendent search proposal.
You should be unmuted now, Dan.
I am.
Okay.
And I am able to hear. So would you like me to begin? All right. Well, good evening, everyone. I've had the pleasure to get to know some of you, and yet I don't know others of you, and perhaps there may be a time where that becomes more possible. The WASB provided you a search proposal. And that proposal, as I discussed it with Michelle Shope, was really in light of the fact that when the WSB completed the prior search, in the proposal that we gave you for that search, there was a work guarantee clause, which you may be aware of. I don't want to assume that. So let me just briefly say what that means, and I'm paraphrasing. Now, I'm not going into the exact language, but that work guarantee clause is that unless there's a couple of exceptions regarding why a superintendent leaves, if a superintendent leaves during the first 2-year contract, other than those exceptions, which don't exist in this case, the WSB would complete a comparable search. And the other piece of that is that there would only be charges back to you for various services, and those are delineated in the work clause. So when the proposal was put together, just briefly on the cost side, it was put together to clarify that those costs would be around $3,000 that fit in the category of what the district would cover. And you know, I can certainly explain those to you. Well, what they are is advertising, the background checks, the travel time, if it would be me, and the mileage if it would be me. WSB's cost for that search, which is just an FYI for you, is $9,500 that the organization is responsible for bearing on your behalf. And so that's how the proposal was constructed from a cost point of view. But not to dwell on that, but to let you know that the proposal was structured in its entirety to mirror a comparable search that was done previously. The issue that needs to be addressed and can be addressed, and I'm assuming if you're going to want to work with a WSB on this, will be addressed, is what type of search do you want to do? And I don't know what, if any, decisions you've made on that. But what I mean by that is, do you want to do an interim search? Or do you want to do what I would call the more, the regular search to find a superintendent of schools? So that's one question that I think bears discussion before we could really finalize if you want to work with WSB what that would look like. And the other question that would need to be addressed is what elements of the search process do you want to have included? WSB is committed to doing a comparable search, but because of the recency, how recent the search was, there may be elements of the search that you may not feel a need to repeat. And again, that would all have to come out. In my advice would be is that if you do wish to work with WSB, and we're more than prepared to do that, that we would have a planning meeting, which is really what we do, with any search with you, to look at that question of what kind of search are you interested in doing, and number two, what elements of the search do you want to pursue? I would help you through all of that in terms of facilitating that process. But the proposal itself is written as a standard search mirroring the last search that we did with all the elements in it. And so perhaps I could stop with that. And again, if you've made some decisions, it would be helpful to know what they are. And if you haven't, that's understandable too. Decide if you want to pursue the search with WSB is my advice, my recommendation. And if you do, we should move quickly into a planning meeting where we can iron out those things. So I'll stop, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. So where we are at this moment, we have made some decisions, but some we haven't made yet. We've went forward to reach out to WASB. There are some elements that we know are some open session items as we're doing now, and then some other elements that are part of the search that are some closed session items. And so thank you for the proposal, for bringing back the work that was already done. We'll be making some decisions together about types and element and reaching out about the planning meeting. And then other board members, because this is our first public discussion about the transition, and we understand, like you said, about the immediacy to get some things down and sit back together. So now at this time, we'll take board member questions or comments to Dan.
Thank you. So I think I just have two questions at this point. Hi, Dan. It's so good to see you. My first question is, will the planning meeting allow us to determine how long, if at all, we would like to have an interim superintendent?
Sure it would. I mean, but depending on when the interim superintendent is found and what their circumstances are, may also contribute to what answer you arrive at. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, let me answer it this way. I mean, any question is fair game to be able to decide what kind of search you want to pursue. And so the question was, how long for an interim?
How long, if at all, we would like an interim?
Sure. No, I understand. Yep. No, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly we can discuss that.
And then my second question, and then just a brief comment. Does the planning meeting change? And I'm assuming the answer is yes. So maybe the better question is, how does the planning meeting change if we might be interested, and I'm not saying that we are, but if we might be interested in having someone internally serve as an interim before we move on to a permanent search?
I would say it would change pretty dramatically. It may not be needed at all.
Okay. And just a final comment to move us along. I am excited to work with WASB again. You know, our decisions were our decisions as the board was constituted at that time, but I was pleased with the pool of candidates that we had to select from.
Well, that certainly is good to hear. And keep in mind, I mean, I'll just remind everybody, especially for those that weren't involved, that there was a commitment to even doing additional advertising to be able to reach out in a broader way, which I think did help to broaden the pool. So I certainly appreciate that comment.
Other board member comments or questions for Dr. Nered? So a question, comment. I know that in between, also too, I want to say thank you for the last search. As we stand today with the work that we've completed in this year and the time that Dan has been here, we as a board, we have moved forward. We have a lot of things in progress. We're thankful for that work. I think that some people questions that I've heard people say, well, why do you need a search committee? Why do you need to work with someone else? Because the 7 of us are not going to conduct and go grab, by ourselves a candidate for the job. I don't think we are. We'll make that decision together. And then secondly, in the work that has been done, these are jobs, and people have contracts, and people have life interests and career interests that will move them on. It's not a guarantee that because a board selects a candidate, that candidate is going to stay there for the next 30 years. We're engaged in strategic planning and some other things that, as partners come and go, that we're still trying to advance our work. So that is one of the things that we are looking for in the process. But like I said, the work, as has been described, of working with WASB has been successful. That's why we reached out again. And I think at this time, since there were not other questions, that we will follow up with you very soon.
Well, thank you. And that sounds real good. And, we're prepared to do whatever we can to help you. Let me just say it in that way. Let me just say just a couple of other things. One is, if you choose to do an interim, we can help to provide you names of possible interim candidates, and then wouldn't engage in much of any of the search process, possibly. Because what you want to be able to do, I think what you would want to be able to do is preserve your ability, again, should you want to continue to work with WSB, to have a comparable search. And so there's no sense in kind of, if I could put it this way, spending that capital right now. But if you need help with an interim, and you have, well, first of all, if you have someone like that, and that's, again, I'm not presuming anything. I'm just telling you what your options are so you can think through it. And I wouldn't want anybody who's watching this to draw the conclusion that that's the route the board wants to go, because I don't think, in fairness to the board, that that's at all been decided. But if that is the route you want to take, we would help you with names. And then we would be available at another time to do a comparable search. So I just wanted to explain that we're willing to help in those ways.
Right. So just a question, and none of this is, these are just ideas as we're talking. The possibility of, if we were to have an interim, someone to help us through the summer, July, August, and to start September, but then also conduct a search for the long-term employee, the long-term hire, to be able to get someone in place by September 1. Thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that? Yeah, at that point in time, well, I would say this, is I'm working with a couple of boards right now on their searches, recognizing that we're not in the prime search window at this point in time, but they're highly committed to trying to find their superintendent, and we're giving our best shot at doing that and looking at contingency should that happen. That would also be true with the September search. Because the more traditional is, come the end of the calendar year, superintendents who are ready, or superintendent candidates who are ready to move and to look at other positions, now formalize that. Because what they're focused not in September on is beginning that school year. So that's kind of a general rule, but there's all kinds of exceptions to that too. And so, I mean, if you would want to try within that window, certainly we would work with you to realize the best candidate possible.
Okay. Any other questions before we close on that item? All right. Thank you, Dr. Nerad.
Thank you very much. Take care of yourself.
Yeah. You too. All right, so that takes us to, or do we want to take action?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to ask, do you want a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I move that we move forward with WASB as proposed.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Levy, A. Levy. Is there any discussion? Board Member Anderson.
Yeah, so the proposal really outlines a traditional search, right, for a replacement, which I can fully support, but, you know, do we want any discussion on if we want to do an actual search for an interim?
I think that'll be like C, superintendent succession planning in the next space. I think that the framing of this is we need someone to conduct the search for us. We're going to use WASB, yes or no?
Perfect, thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all those.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, could I get a repeat of the actual motion so I have that down right?
Yes, ma'am. I move to move forward with WASB as proposed. There's like an attached proposal. Does that work for you? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. We've had our discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. All right. Superintendent succession planning. So now we're at that space. These are like our first public comments on this as we're working. We have been working in the background as appropriate to do certain things, but you know, we have it scheduled for 30 minutes, but we've got some other things to do. So we'll have other times to kick at it, but have some thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to throw my 2 cents in. I would prefer if, and this was, I think what I've seen in other districts is rather than hire an interim, there is something like a temporary person.
Like a contracting out of services?
Right, like someone to drive the bus. And I'd like us to be able to take our time and execute a full permanent intended search. That is just like my one singular opinion that I'm floating to the rest of the board.
May I ask for, excuse me, for clarification? So for my benefit and hopefully others who may have the same question, what would you identify as the difference between an interim and someone who temporarily comes in to provide a contracted service?
The way that I understand it is that it's like, and I don't know if Rob is still here to jump in, but is there like maybe some language rather than like, hey, we're hiring you for a full year as an interim? It's like an as needed kind of, you know, I mean, there's probably some flexibility of language, is my understanding.
Vice President Miller, may I jump in? So yeah, along that same lines, there could be a person very similar to what we're doing right now with Baird and the business services. So there's a person who's going to come in 2 days a week as a contracted service to help carry the business services work forward. So you could actually have someone to say, we know we're going to do a search. We anticipate it being this long. Can you fill the space for this period of time?
Thank you very much for clarifying. And I'll just then add to your clarification just to be transparent with my reasoning. I feel like we have done excellent work and I appreciate the work that's gone into it. And I think that what can happen sometimes with an interim position is there's like a reluctancy to execute, you know, as aggressively as a person would in a permanent role. And I don't think that we can really afford the time lost, would be my opinion on that. Furthermore, I think that, you know what, yeah, and I guess just being able to have that flexibility to be deliberate with our decision making and not have like an artificial timeline, right? But I'm not.
Artificial time horizon, which rushes our decision making.
An artificial time horizon, right? Because I truly want, like, I want us to be able to say, like, this is what we're looking for, and then, like, let WASB do their work with us to find, like, the right person to continue the work. So those are my thoughts.
And before we go, let's, so we can move to this part, and I can start, or if we can start with Board Member Levy, we'll just work our way down. I know if you have popcorn, but everyone will have one kick at it, and if you feel you need to say more, then we'll decide that, but then we'll kind of close this part out.
No, I'm good, thank you. I was for an interim, but I actually prefer Board Member Miller's suggestion of having a contracted person come in. I think it would be important for us to decide at the beginning if or not that person is eligible to apply to be the permanent superintendent. I would almost lean towards no. But I think that that's clean. We'll get what we need out of the contract and then be able to move forward with our long-term selection.
Board Member Miller, you can get one more chance if you want it right now.
I think I've said what I need to say, and thanks for listening.
All right, so a couple things on my mind, like just kind of thinking out loud. We need someone to help us through July, August, September. We as a board need to establish our priorities that we're trying to achieve in this interim time with this next person. We have a lot of projects queued up with our strategic plan, our high school, with Ford NGL Academy's model. We need to hire a superintendent. Our superintendent evaluation with CISA 6 is kind of in that space for the next person to come, continuing our board evaluation, our board development work with Drew, how we have conducted expulsion hearings with our legal services, the referenda planning and community survey, our budget needs, and our compensation model as it was just presented, and some other key administrative hires. So like those are the things that we are working on and in progress. I don't want our work to stop. So we need to identify what things we're going to really focus on and get the help that we need to finish that, and then continue to position the district. For me, this is kind of like a baton passing as Dan is leaving. He has participated in the work. He was our team member. He'll be moving on, and then we're going to have another team member come in, and we need to continue to win like we are winning now. So those are the concerns, and how we get to that place, and whether we're contracting service using the interim, having a long-term hire in place by July 1. I mean by the start of the school year, if there could be a handoff, that would be great. But like I said, our people here are working on many things, and I just don't want us to have a loss of momentum. And we want to continue to create a sense of stability for the district as we are forming new culture and understanding of each other as we work together. Board Member Anderson?
I think like hearing Board Member Miller's kind of opinion on it, having that contracted service, I think that could help provide that kind of transition that we need, just solely for the fact that it can give us enough time to actually do a full search and look for that person that can fulfill our needs. And I think it might be a good option for us. So
I'm going to give Dr. Keiser the last word on it as we go, but next, Board Member Anderson.
So I think we give it the time it's due. So I agree with the thought of it takes us as long as it takes us to get the right person. I would be okay with an interim. I like the idea though of the contracted help. I could go either way. If the flexibility comes with that contracted person, I think it's key, like Board Member Levy stated, that I feel this person should not be eligible. I don't think they should be hampered with wanting to move that ball forward for us as much as we want them to not lose momentum. And we don't want them to looking to prove anything. We want to hear, you always hear things when you have a change in leadership that you say, well, I didn't hear that yet. And it's just inevitable that we're going to hear things that we didn't know about. And we may not hear that if that person's trying to secure that position. So I look forward to the work, and I think we can get it done hopefully in a timely manner for the start of the school year.
All right, Board Member Winfield.
I'm all about momentum. I really think as a board that before I got on here, I really looked up to you guys. I still do. I really, I really think Dr. Keyser came in and he put to me a high level of expectation for our next superintendent. So I would really like to have the thought process of looking for somebody long term, and just having the understanding that whoever comes in, which is an intern or outsource, like we have a lot of things going on. So we don't want anybody to come in and hinder. We need you to come in and help. So I'm gonna be rolling with the board.
And Dr. Keyser, oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Schneider, totally missed you.
I like the idea of hiring somebody to come in and to fill that position until we can do an excellent search for the best candidate for the next superintendent. Even if we were going to look at it, an interim position, we'd still have to have somebody step in to begin with, to fill that position so we could even do an interim search. I think we go with a contracted person and then do the search.
All right, Dr. Keyser, as you kind of go, this is like George Washington's letter on his way out, but some of your thoughts to help us from your perspective.
No, I appreciate Board President Levy. I agree with where the direction that the board is going. I think that's also a testament to the work that the board has done, and we have done collectively with Drew in clarifying, codifying those commitments. And I feel that wherever the decision for the search goes, whether it be for a permanent role or an interim role, that the board take its time to do that self-reflection and go back and revisit those collective commitments, those roles and responsibilities, and have the discussion about how does the board want to show up in that work. Because the clearer you are on not just you individually, 1 of 7, but collectively as 7 of 7 show up in that work and where you want to be, you will know exactly the qualities and dispositions that you want for that next superintendent. That's going to take time, and going with and I'm going to just use the same language that we've been using thus far, contracted services. You have a person who will come in and position all of the individuals in the system to do exactly what they do best, which is to carry the work forward. Board President Levy talked about all of the things at the board level. I know that if I were to ask all of the executive team and all of the directors to come up and individually list their work streams, we would have a very long list. Having a person who comes in to fill that space typically is a person who has that experience but isn't interested in living in that role forever. So they come in with a very different mindset. They come in with a mindset of listening, which I think is key. And they come in with a mindset of, I expect you to continue that work forward, and my role is to help support you in continuing that work forward, not just for the board, but for the executive team and all of the other individuals within our organization, which I think is it will strengthen the culture, because right now I feel that I've been doing a lot of talking to individuals and saying, and trying to reassure that even though I may not be here next month, all of the work that has happened these 2 years didn't come because I was here. It happened because the people who did the work. And those individuals are still here doing the work. And so I may have helped facilitate, I may have helped clarify, I may have helped support. And I feel very committed that the organization is stronger because there's a space and a realization that the work can continue. And having that individual, that placeholder, that contracted services will help facilitate and keep that work moving forward while the board does its position in clarifying its vision, collecting that stakeholder feedback, and then putting forward that search so that the next superintendent can carry that work moving forward. Because this is the work is plenty and the road is infinite. That's one thing's for certain. So we need to keep that momentum going.
All right, thank you. We're on to item 6, consent agenda.
Board President Levy,
Yes.
I noticed that when we changed it, the future board meeting dates got like lumped in with the consent agenda. Did you want that read aloud? And if so, would you like us to pull that from the consent agenda?
Go ahead, if you would read
Yeah.
those dates aloud, and then let's just keep it all together.
Yeah, no problem.
If
So
I
the-
can
go ahead.
clarify, it's, pardon me, President Levy,
Yes.
if I can just clarify, it's under the consent list. It's,
Is that
I
what-
just moved it up so that you would see to do it before you go into closed session.
Right.
So it's not really technically on the consent agenda. I just moved it up for you.
So,
I can move it back if you want me to.
no, so what we'll do is take care of the consent agenda, then Spencer, that is, Board Member Anderson, that is what you asked, that those dates got announced before we went to closed session, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so consent agenda, just a minute, I've gotten lost in all these tabs. Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member A. Levy, seconded by Board Member S. Anderson. You tried to trick me. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor? Signify
Aye.
by saying aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Announcement of these dates for future meetings, future board meeting dates. Governance, Tuesday, June 28th at 5:30 p.m. Business Operations and Finance, Tuesday, July 5th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources, Tuesday, July 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting, Tuesday, July 5th, 2022 at 7 p.m. Policy Committee meeting, Wednesday, July 6th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Services, Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources, Tuesday, July 19th at 6:30 p.m. And the regular board meeting on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 at 7 p.m. So before we go into our executive session, just want to, so the setting the agenda for the meetings is the responsibility of the superintendent and the board president. I do want to apologize for our meeting length. There's some, over these last, we're at a period of transition, so there's some things that we have to get done. We have been working and had very good run of, getting done very early. But some of the things that we have are necessitating that we're driving a little bit further into that space. That's very important to me because as a culture, we have gotten away from those long meetings. So I do apologize to the employees and the board members that the time it's taking for us to get some of these things done, and we'll be working to clean that up. And when we get into closed session, we'll kind of create a quick order for us to work through the things that we have tonight so that we're able to give our best thinking to what needs to be done, and also to Rob, who's here with us. All right. Here for the party. All right. So moving into executive session for 7A, a motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, in Section 19.851, parentheses E, relative to deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member A. Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Is this a roll call vote? Yes. This is a roll call vote. Ms. Schopp, please.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Jawan Winfield,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
So, yeah, we're adjourned and, well, we'll be adjourning from closed session. All right. To all those watching, thank you.